I once knew a spy. She was brilliant, erratic, cursed, an anti-personal mine in human form. Her friends called her Hershel, but to her controllers, she was Cascade.
Your name and your cryptonym. A dead limb twitches.
Portofiro 91, the whole sick crew. A disaster untold, a black page in the official records. Reports of how it went down remain contested, inconclusive. All that's certain, it began with a phone call and ended with 6 spies lost. Some say she blew the network herself. Others blame structural factors or transnational capital. The rest just shake their heads as they look down on the smashed and leaking world. She was recalled. They put her in the freezer. Forever. Most thought. Five years passed. A little more of the world leaked out of itself. Cascade's controllers ordered her back to Portofiro. Because I asked them to. There is a new assignment, Cascade. I was supposed to give you the brief. Right here, in an armchair in a safe house above a 24-hour photo shop in the city-state of Portofiro. No one special, just an arm-like sack of cytoplasm, a special move unique to single-cell organisms. But before that, I was like you, a spy for the People's Republics, one of the varieties of mankind. This is a dangerous place, Cascade. I should never have come. I got caught with my pants down. On the plus side, I no longer have to worry about independent thought or movement. We're not. This is all you, conversing with your own mental projections, reconciling the dissonance inherent to your role, like you were trained to do.
Just one of the neat tricks you've learned to keep yourself alive in theater. There are many others still to come.
Life is beautiful, cruel, full of hidden cues that I missed. Maybe next time. Would you like to hear a secret? Whatever happens has already happened.
Displayed on the chair before you is a man, approximately mid-30s. His chest rises and falls in steady rhythm as he stares beyond you, unblinking. Alive, yet not alive. His eyes are fixed glassily on the ceiling. The pupils quiver like a failing heartbeat. No response, no jolt, no tremor. Stiff-collared shirt, a snug brown jacket, and nothing below the waist but a pair of red briefs. Being a lone operant in a foreign theatre is an extreme pressure role. Some require extreme release. As your eyes reach his feet, you notice that the man is also wearing 3 layers of socks, each slightly shorter than the one beneath it. There is no smell of alcohol, nor any open containers, no drug paraphernalia either, just a loose cord trailing to the stereo system. Like a cosmonaut's safety tether. The green of long-corroded copper. As for the face around the eyes, his jaw hangs slack, his glasses askew. The lopsided headphones accentuate a large bald spot atop his crown. Your fingers detect a faint, steady pulse within the base of his wrist. Elevated, but not critical. No vomit, no discoloration on the skin, no bruising or signs of struggle. And if it's poison, it's a bizarre strain. None of which precludes professional assassination. The man's eyes glisten. Bright red veins blossom around their edges. If so, he will have to become something else entirely. You both exist now in different futures. However he ended up like this, the result is the same. Operant lost. You're operant. You're double. You. Clipped to the inside flap of his jacket, you find a laminated badge, emblazoned with the crest of the Import-Export Bureau of the People's Republic of Kohila. The name reads, Esteman T. Below that, a title, Im Ex-Lead Hosiery. Sock merchant, one of the opera's most battle-tested covers. Wearing the wares for ease of display. An operant committed to his role. 3 other things of note: a slip of paper, a business card, and a rock-hard piece of candy. The card is cheap and scuffed. It reads, "All you need is miracle," above a cartoonish image of disembodied lips at a phone receiver. Notably absent is an actual phone number. Into your pocket it goes. It's a purchase order for 10 socks, made out to Carmuna Pessoa, Fashions and Garments Bootleg Bazaar. Bootleg Bazaar. No coordinates found. Some kind of marketplace, and not one you've ever been to. The slip of paper grows heavy in your hand. It feels like a baton. A wrapped-up rectangle of compressed sugar. It's so hard that your fingers cannot make an impression, no matter how much you strain. Cola flavor, if you had to guess. It takes 5 jaw tenses before you manage to shatter it. Sugary daggers jab the inside of your mouth. After a few more game attempts to chew, it takes all the will you possess to swallow the jagged claw. Its aftertaste contaminates your mouth. You retract your hand from the man's pockets. A snail's trail of dried saliva glints on the side of his chin. You grab him by his skinny shoulders and heave him upright, his head lolling backwards as he rises. This non-reaction is alarmingly reactionary. If keeping him is no gain, then losing him is no deficit. He lands in an awkward position, a cut-string puppet, bony hips raised to the air like antennas. Flaunting a reactionary pose, further insult. Leave the brief hog where he lies. He does not respond, though if you didn't know any better, his deserted eyes seem to be urging you towards the bathroom. A drop of blood shines on his lip. He must have bitten his tongue on the way down. Out of his chair he looks smaller, more fragile, and deeply lost. Saliva leaks from the corner of the man's mouth and pools on the floor. Your double didn't notice your arrival. He doesn't notice your departure either. Following the cord from the unconscious man's headphones, you come to a mid-sized home stereo resting on a sideboard. A Prototypo 909 50-watt with multi-disc changer. Last generation model. Designed for a... Through the translucent view panel, you see a single red disc loaded in place. On the face of the disc are the words, Ultravioletta, You But From a Dream, handwritten on thin strips of tape. You don't recognize the artist. The disc is loaded, ready to tell you. The chunky button makes a satisfying little thunk as you push it in. The discus begins to turn. You know because the spindle was rotating, though the speakers don't produce any sound at all. No sound, save the thin layer of static that lines the inner cables. Amateur wire work. The music player blinks, slowly. Or do you? You can't tell. It doesn't appear to be. The disc is spinning the way it's meant to. The silence is being overtaken by a different silence, like the slow darkening of night across the wall of an empty room. This new silence seeps into every corner of your body, loosening, seeing what will come with it. There is still no sound, but in your mind an image forms of a blasted heath, a smouldering circle at its center. Figures in tattered robes stagger and sway on the horizon. Your mind blanks, the power grid ravaged by an unseen, faraway storm. The same day you were just living. A second-floor studio apartment above the Photo 24 while you wait film lab on Orphanage Street in the independent city-state of Portofiro. Slowly, you return to your... Nothing. You're simply playing a disc on a common home stereo system. No, you probably shouldn't. The static quiets as you reset the volume. A brief internal hum, then the disc slides halfway out of the machine. You remove the red disc and place it into your pocket. Crimson flashes within its casing as the disc picks up speed. No sound, save the thin layer of static that lies. Amateur wire work. The static quiets as you reset the volume. A brief internal... You remove the red disc and return it to you. As you turn away, a phone begins to... You pick up the phone. The handset vibrates in your palm. A peculiar species of static washes over your ear. The exquisite work of the magic box. One of the proudest achievements of the opera's technical services office. Half a world away, a familiar voice splits into 256,000 encrypted fragments before coalescing again by your ear.
Please tell me you have good news.
5 years, 3 months, 10 days. That's how long it's been since her voice was in your ear.
Operative Cascade, you made it. Your voice hasn't changed.
Her voice is just as you remember.
We'll get to your problem in a moment. Puts you the pod on the line.
You glance over at the man face down on the floor. This is wrong. You shouldn't be here. This should be happening to someone else. You feel the receiver slipping from your sweaty palm. For a moment, no one says anything. There's no sound at all save for the blood in your ear and the electrostatic hum of the ultra-long-distance connection.
Has he been zeroed out?
Eliminated, killed, rendered inoperant.
one more time. Is your double zeroed out?
You must speak the word. She cannot make the determination herself.
Cascade, is your double zeroed out or not? Right. I wonder which it is. Have our enemies blown us up already? Or is this just another day at the basement massage parlor of spy services? Fucking hell. The opera's going to hang me by the toes. For you, it's back to Satellite Facility B.
AKA the Freezer, the opera's labyrinthine archival complex, where the old, useless, and discredited are consigned until they're dismissed, or die of despair. Archives, mountains of paper, shiver, resist.
Is that your way of telling me to fuck off? You haven't even got the assignment. Listen to me. This assignment is over. Effective immediately. The woman in the Photoshop downstairs, Constance. She's one of ours. Let her deal with Pseudopod. As for you, we need to get you on the next aerotram out of the...
Even as your controller is speaking, your mind is settling back into familiar grooves. The old mechanisms slide and click into position. That numberless phone line may be worth investigating. Perhaps the room contains other leads as well.
Let the photo lady deal with him. Your concern is getting out of Portofiro, understand?
Negative. Gang wants spy.
Cut the Mel stuff. We're talking about work now. That's a directive, operant. This assignment is over. Get on the next tram. Then you're going to end up like Pseudopod. Zeroed out. Your choice.
A click, and the light. The small table has been turned into a makeshift desk. A startlingly red folder stands out against. A small label in the top left corner is printed with one word. Your cryptonym, Cascade. It screams danger, not for human consumption. The folder opens with a whoosh. Before you in neat monospace type, your life is condensed to its barest elements. Name Wilk Hershel, cryptonym Cascade. Born Landau, former Republic of Mercia. Dependents none. Pay class D2. Years of service 14. All true. None of it useful just now. Childhood. Bourgeois, typical. History of student radicalism led to persecution by monotheist reactionaries, fled to People's Republic of Kohila, embraced post-historical materialism. Medical record. History of dissociative episodes and reckless action. Gunshot, chest, retained bullet, 10mm pre-service. The bullet nuzzles your aorta. Your heartbeat flutters. Sexuality. Homosexual tendencies. Unconfirmed. Suicide risk minimal. Ideation only. End of list. According to this file, that's all there is to you. There's another page behind this one. It's labeled Service History. Your hand grinds to a halt above the page and remains there. A full minute passes, or never. That works too. Amidst the crumpled sheets of copy paper and empty takeout containers, you find an opened pack of cigarettes, Suprema mark. Suprema 100s, cheap superblock export. There's nothing outwardly noteworthy about this pack of Suprema 100s. It's like any other found in commissaries and corner stores across the People's Republics. Except... secreted neatly against the inner wall of the pack, just as you were once taught to do yourself, a crisply folded sheet of A7 paper. It reads... ZWS, JMXVB TW, AON, TRRA, KB, ZQYMUSGS. You've carried papers like this, folded up and hidden away in secret pockets and compartments. Short, uneven letter chains, likely a Rosetta cipher, the most basic kind used by the Operant Bureau, designed to be decrypted by a one-time key. The pack slides nicely into your pocket, as though it always belonged there. You turn away from the desk. The bed looks serviceable. Deformed pillows and a depression in the mattress show it has been used. Room for two. You were supposed to lie here alongside your double. Seems it is all yours then, should you ever want to lay in it. You turn away. Daylight's... A pair of men's trousers are hung delicately over the shower rail. If Pseudopod's pants were attempting to flee the scene, they did not make it very far. The front and back pockets are completely empty. Don't forget the coin pocket, front right. You slip 2 fingers inside and come away with a neatly folded sheet of paper. The page is notebook-sized and perforated along one edge. It reads: THA 7 alias APR 032 WIFO 9W TBGFL W25. There it is, the missing half. We'll be spying harder when you crack this thing. Brown, shapeless, utterly unremarkable. One of the many mysteries concerning men's trousers. He was trying to smooth out creases with shower steam. You leave the trousers as they were. You dial your controller's number. The phone buzzes. After several rings,
You should be heading out by now. What is it? The tram operant. Get moving.
the line goes dead. You return to your double splayed. The stereo is right where you left it. Crimson flashes within its casing as the... No sound. Amateur wire work. There is no sound. Wait, was that? No. The static quiets as you a brief internal hum. Then the disc You remove the red disc and return. You step away from...
Enough! You're blacklisted. Take your sick little games elsewhere.
Easy, lady. I just want to develop some photographs. I'm not trying to take your innocence.
That's an interesting camera he's carrying. Professional class. No consumer model.
Does that poor girl even know what you're up to?
You have a wild imagination. A little photo should not count as a crime. It's not like it's a loaded gun or something.
Loaded gun. Your hair stands on end. The woman casts a split-second glance in your direction. Not your fight. Remain in bushes.
Don't step too close. They're handing out bans like they're going out of style.
Restless eyes, evasive demeanor. This man may not have zeroed out your double, but you're sure such things aren't beyond him.
Very well. Photo 24 can have this round. Thank you for this extreme stress I'll now carry through my day.
He gives you one more glance as he leaves, garish coat flapping behind him.
That was exciting, wasn't it? Nobody. A seedy little oddity who likes making fantastical threats. Oh yes, keen photographer, limited in subject. Lucky for you to only catch him on the day of his banishment. Ah, while I have it here, this is the screwdriver pseudopod requested. For the fax machine.
This toolkit looks so empty, barely usable in its current state. Fortunately, it appears highly expandable. She gestures towards the monstrous off-white plastic machine behind you.
Speaking of, where is your double?
This woman could be a valuable source of information, if you can prise it from her.
It's that little amber light. It means out of order, and I haven't been able to get it to green, meaning in order.
Just looking at that thing causes you to take psychic damage. Best stay away.
Pseudopod assured me this machine was a vital tool of communication. As precious to our work as the magic box we installed on your room phone. I'm telling you now, Operant. That's what's happening here. You've received all sorts of technical training, I presume. I would think getting a little light to turn green should be well within your powers.
A dread beast humming with dormant power. A handless scribe. It just needs to be soothed. 'Cause She studies the wrinkled slip of paper a moment before returning it.
I don't know who this Carmuna is, or what's her connection to Pseudopod. But the bootleg bazaar, that's no mystery. Pseudopod was just down there yesterday. It's where all the knockoffs and illegal imports come make their way into the city. It's only sprung up in the last few years, part of the whole mania of all things Lusian. He said he intended to interview some of the vendors. I can't tell you what he was after, precisely.
There. 2 lines of inquiry converge. Bring this purchase order to the bazaar. That's your next stop.
You can practically see it from the front door. Due south, in the ruins of the old Essilk factory. Head west from the roundabout. If by some chance you find yourself in Party Alley, it means you've gone the wrong way. Anything for the assignment. Was there anything else? I certainly don't. It looks flirtatious. Seedy business attracts itself. Try the Fogged Mirror. It's a bar just to the west, along Party Alley.
The shiver of a familiar name. Smell of old wood and cigarette ash. Tack of spilled drinks on the underside of your shoe. Your old haunt, where you met with your former assets once upon an assignment. She gives you a brief nod.
Very well.
She gives you a nod.
Before you do, I understand this is your first time back in theatre for some time. I just wanted to say, welcome back to the opera.
The screen flickers. Static turns to...
Did you know water covers approximately 63% of the world, but the sky covers 100%?
Wrong. The sky is only 98% sky. The other 2% is used to cover up the fact that they replaced the moon 4 times.
On screen, there appears a man with a paper bag over his head. He gesticulates wildly.
But they don't want you to know that. That's why they're coming for me. But not before I tell you the truth.
The screen warps and color shifts. Between clips of the bagman talking, a phone number flashes urgent. You jot down the digits as bagman watches on.
I am Subcommandante Beckman, and this is the reality situation. No breaks, no filters, no covers. This is a war, and I don't take orders from anyone, especially not reality.
Above Bagman's head, the words psychic control grids scroll across the screen.
I know about the Boers. I know about iodine. La Luz's invisible aircraft carriers, weaponized nostalgia, microbial microphones, lunar obfuscation programs.
For 300 years, the Lusian elite have been producing psychic copies of themselves, all to preserve the consciousness of one man, the original techno-fascist.
What else are they hiding from us?
Find out what I know by tuning into the reality situation. Airing until they shut us down. I am Subcommandante Beckman, and this is the... I know about the Boers. I know about iodine.
What else are they hiding from?
Find out what I know about...
What else are they?
Find out what...
The sounds from the commercial. The sour scent of urine surrounds the vending machine. Luckily, the beverages inside look fresh. The piss smell waves.
can do this. I can take you on. I'm your man. I'm your man.
The middle-aged man cranes his neck to look at the top of the pylon. You can see the blue fabric of a worker's uniform under his high-vis vest. He blinks at the interruption, startled.
Oh, sorry. Can I help you? If you have problems with anything Renotel, I'm your man.
Renotel, a diversified communications company local to the state of Portofiro, immediately recognizable by its dolphin logo.
I would say we're all short of one these days. That must be referring to the Miracle Line, Renotel's longest running and top performing fixed line. It's the old payphone along the back ways. West. Must be just over a decade at this point. It's actually the last payphone in Portofiro to still be running the old way. Now they've all gone wireless. The line cannot go down, not even for a second, which means it cannot be serviced or upgraded. First thing, the reason being, or so I've heard, is that Renotel would incur a bill of such whopping proportions that it could risk the whole company going under. No further details, unfortunately. It's just one of those stories that gets circulated among the staff. The unrealized loss, they call it. The company's big secret. Gnawing away at its foundation like a rat in the shadows. That'll be down to Duchess and the service she provides. Sorry, I thought it was obvious. It's a sex line, operated by Renotel, manned by the inimitable Duchess. No, that kind of thing isn't for me. It's just part of the job to know about it. Make sure it stays operational. You... Sure. None that I know of. Which reminds me, I really should get around to registering for a GP.
It won't do him much good. His body's reaching the point where aches and pains are par for the course.
Lots of things. Primarily, it picks up wireless networks, radio frequencies, and electrical signals so you can track their source. It would be more relevant to my experience, but I'm retired from that sort of work at least.
Old technology is one of the few places the past can still beat.
I wish I could say that, but it's an integral part of my job. You'll have to be more specific. Seen a couple of guys who match that description. Not that I pay much attention to them. The uniform of all those type of men. You'll have to give me something else. I don't think I'm tall enough to see other men's bald spots. Good point. It's been a while since I saw them. Right you are. Oh, it's just me trying and failing to do my job. Again. It's embarrassing, really. I'm overqualified for this position, and yet I can't even do the simplest tasks asked of me.
What he says doesn't add up. The logic is broken.
I'm hired to perform any necessary maintenance on the arteries.
Technical words that only mean something to those with the prerequisite knowledge.
I can see that, yes. Well, the wireless phone network is routed through electronic boxes called arteries. They work like the old terminal boxes, except there are no cables or wires. Renotel has been upgrading its payphones across the city. They pretty much all run on wireless signals now.
The result of non-competitive bidding and a bit of self-dealing on the part of the city's governing elite.
The owner of Renotel, the rich guy at the top of it all. The company is named after him. Imagine being the one man in charge of telecommunications across the city. I don't see a problem with it as long as you get the good service you expect. Which is what I'm here trying to ensure.
Naivety like this is the problem. Healthy competition is what pushes technology forward, and society along with it.
Yes, one of the old terminals. It's a terrible tangle of cables up there, but I can handle that. The part I'm struggling with is climbing up this ladder. I'm acrophobic.
Seems he has the shakes. He should never have applied for the job, though actually been given it.
Oh no, you really shouldn't. Not only is it dangerous, but qualified Renotel technicians are the only persons permitted up there. It's complicated, not something I can teach you in a day. Where to even start? I'm scared of heights, wild boars, drains, tuk-tuks, teenagers, the moon. Pretty much. That's part of what makes this job so hard.
The technician gulps as he stands there, looking helpless.
I've had them for about a decade. I only had one or two at first, then slowly acquired more and more over the years. Scared of that too. You haven't been there.
He doesn't answer, at least not with words.
Then I shall be stuck with them for the rest of my life. Now please, let's move on to another topic. Same as everyone else. Mining cadmium, lithium, and other rare minerals.
Laloons, once a powerful empire, now reconstituted as a modern techno-fascist state, the rising military and cultural power of the day. Lose, techno-fascists, enemy.
Not for any good reason. It hardly supports life, but is all too ready to offer up a drawn-out death.
Burned to the inside of his eyes.
Statistically, there is more death happening around us here, but it is much crueler on the moon. Perhaps because the spirit is divorced from its home soil and cannot so easily return. It's what gives me hope that one day I will find peace. Of course, it makes the encroaching inevitability of my own death easier to deal with, too. Then I feel sorry for you. Your steady approach into oblivion will be frightening. But there is time. You may change your mind yet, especially as the blackness starts to swallow your mind.
At least we'll never be alone. Gang is forever.
Very much. It's fairly peaceful. And I've always been quite fond of seafood. Though I will admit, I'm getting a little bit sick of shrimp.
As you depart, the chant of "I'm your man" starts back up behind you. The clinic's metal door is scabbed with rust and surrounded by graffiti. An official-looking sign. Open nights, no knock-in. Next animal who bleeds on this door gets sedated through the eye. Scrawled badly in horrific fonts. Fraud, butcher. Gonza owes me a tooth. Charged me for screaming. A vulgar drawing of a doctor seemingly fornicating with a leg. Warped frame, cheap steel, hinges rusted like old teeth. No reinforcement. We could kick this in, but it would make a lot of noise and a lot of mess. Flimsy, much like the door. Would be easy if you had a... You turn back toward the noise of Party Alley.
Finally, someone with courtesy. Do you know when the 9 is coming?
A handsome man shifts in place, glancing over.
Simple. It's just over there. Me? I'm simply a stranded passenger, waiting on his air tram. I'm waiting on the 9. I was told it was having some problems. But it's supposed to be in service any day now. I was told it's supposed to be in service any day now. That was a week ago.
Enough time to grow accustomed to new surroundings and start noticing things.
I agree. But what am I to do? It seems to be the only way out of this city. I would appreciate it. Thank you.
You pick up the payphone's handset. A dolphin emblem smiles at you, its eyes wide. You do not yet have the number of anyone else in this city. The Reno. You step away from the... A silk number 3, the old silk factory, once the pounding heart of the city. Pseudopod had a purchase order from a vendor called Carmuna. She must be in here somewhere. You also have that curious red disc to hand. A media specialist could likely tell you more.
Excuse me. Can you take a look at this?
The young woman turns from a store of party wigs and beaded necklaces to thrust a photograph under your nose. The photograph shows a robust man well into his 60s. He is unremarkable save his eyes, which are magnified to comedic proportions by the thick lens spectacles in front of him.
Have you seen him before? Have you? Oh yeah, sure. If you want costumes, accessories, stuff to party in, this is the place. My name's Malène, if you see. Oh, that's Ultravioleta, the Elysian pop star. Always thought that type of music was too young for me, but I've been enjoying her stuff recently, for some reason. No, but it's definitely her kind of title.
She peers at the disc again, blonde hair falling over her face.
Weird disc, that. Oh, you should ask Petre at the music stall over there. He'll know more. Doubt he's an ultra, though.
Wig topiary, plastic tiaras, novelty sunglasses. A burst of colours and textures vying for your attention. All of them losing. Behind it all, you see an oddly familiar shape. The tailored shoulders, the sharp collar. The shape is robust and clean, with an architectural asymmetry, like a knife. A cape, but nothing like the other costume pieces around it.
It's a Carabinero outfit.
Carabineros are Portofiro's sanctioned police investigators. They report directly to the Prefectura and deal in actual crime. Murder, grand larceny, rape.
That'd be illegal.
That's not a no.
Second-hand surplus warehouse in Lower Viudas was closing down a while back. Big clearance sale. Yeah. It's for sale.
Local law enforcement is far beneath you in effectiveness and influence. No need to lower yourself, operative.
The whole set's back here. Just let me know if you're interested. Mi viejo, my dad. He's been missing a few days. Right, I should have started with that, I guess. His name's Eno Krantz. He's kind of forgetful sometimes. Not a lot, but I'm just worried. I told him watching too much TV was making him crazy.
She raises her hand to bite her nails. A new habit. They're bleeding.
After Dad retired, his friend Gilmar turned him onto this show, the reality situation. They were obsessed, had them convinced they were truth detectives. Which apparently means someone who goes around looking for evidence of invisible aircraft carriers and iodine-deficient children. Dad and Gilmar were always following up on leads and calling into the show. Felt like Bagman was encouraging them, you know?
Who in their right mind would not follow up on an invisible aircraft carrier?
Okay, well, look, this is kind of embarrassing. My dad developed this insane theory about the payphone to the western exit of the bazaar. Dad thought certain words said into the right phone gets your attention from the wrong people. He was convinced Emter was behind it all.
Emter, aka L'Empire Sans Territoire, aka the Bank. Equal parts Global Development Fund and Spy Service. Linchpin of the developed world.
Dad and his friend Gilmar were big into conspiracies. They were obsessed with the reality situation. They really bought all that stuff. They seem pretty random. The cousins, moon, reunion. His friend Gilmar called him from that phone after he'd spent the night following around some MTER guys. They were both big into the conspiracy stuff. He'd overheard something and was explaining it when the call just cut off. My dad went by his house the next day, but Gilmar wasn't there. Yeah. He looked for Gilmar for 2 weeks. Reported him missing to the GMs. Nothing. Bagman did an episode on them, and so Gilmar started following random people, thinking they were from the bank. Not long after, he roped my dad into it. Guys in expensive business suits, usually. Foreign accents, verbally abusive, and tight with their money. Except when it comes to treating a client. Normal, rich guy stuff. Hitting up the bars and shouting abuse at the local drunks. And then they disappeared into penthouses where they couldn't be followed. Miriajo did, but Gilmar stayed out. And then he called my dad around 2 in the morning. He'd overheard something and was explaining it when the call just cut off. My dad went by his house. It's not funny. My dad was really freaked. I asked him if the phone call was all a nightmare or if he forgot Gilmar was going on a trip. I thought maybe the show was getting into his head, you know? Dad really believed it, though. He looked for him for 2 weeks, reported him missing to the GMs. Anyway, you want a wig? I hear they make you fun at parties. Oh, yeah. He came by. Nice man. Talked a lot about socks. Not really. Wandered off into the bazaar. What do you mean, something's happened? Did he use the phone? Oh, well, at least you have that. Sorry. Yeah, I was kind of distracted. Why? Really? You're not going to try to make a call or anything, right? Okay. It's the phone by the western entrance to the bazaar. I guess I used to. Haven't had time lately. But I usually know when something's going on, even if I'm not gonna be there. During the daytime? No, not usually. People have to work. Dead. Still a few maggots writhing around in the corpse, maybe, but looking at them just makes you sadder, you know? 10 or 15 years ago, there were feedback parties in the backways. Anyone who played loud enough could jam. You'd hear the distortion 3 canals away. Now, if anybody plays around here at all, it's just... yeah, alright. Thanks for stopping by.
Cosmonaut suit, a relic of Project Autonomia. Its shoulder patch reads, 5,000 soul. I wonder it's still here. People with that kind. If it is, then it's one of the few things for sale here that isn't a knockoff Lusian electronic disc or toy. Your focus widens back to the...
Especially good pieces today. Many wearable items.
The old woman glances at you before returning to her magazine. Its pages wet with rain.
They didn't tear on the way here. Carmuna checked them for holes herself.
She angles her magazine away from you. A flash of light from between the pages. She's hiding something in there. Carmuna, the name on Pseudopod's purchase order. Your double owes this woman a minuscule shipment of socks.
You're working with that nice boy? The sock seller?
Her lips shrivel, and her eyebrows descend as she takes you in.
He's dressed so nicely, standing so straightly, polite. Had Carmuna thinking that there might be hope for us in Kohila. But you don't look super block at all. What trouble? There was no trouble with him. It's his first time out of the super block, you know. You should take him to see some sight. That nice boy had never seen an aerotram before. Said they were the most beautiful thing in the world. Then couldn't help himself but say, must be a nightmare for the zoning division. How Carmuna laughed. What nonsense are you talking? If you've lost him, he's probably just avoiding you. Doesn't want you harming his sales, yes?
She focuses her attention back towards her magazine. Careful.
Carmuna would help, but it's a busy day. Adamatis tutem. Carmuna sees this magazine.
She looks sideways at the disc. Shake.
It's a disc. Ask the stall owner with the disc, not the stall owner with the clothes. Yes? Take a look through the rack over there. No lice, no rips, no patches. No time for chitter-chat.
She focuses on her magazine.
Quiet, menina. Does Carmuna blurt your business? Who are you, anyway?
She ruffles the magazine angrily, then looks up at something behind you.
No! Are you crazy? He will see. Now Carmuna said too much. We are dealing with an aerial creep. He's watching the whole bazaar. Carmuna has a mirror in here to watch him in talk.
The woman angles her magazine towards the unfinished pylon towering at the edge of the market.
Used to give him what for whenever we made eye contact, but he was unmoved. Very suspicious.
Her movements are fitful and tremulous. The arched back suggests a lifetime spent on her feet, contorted.
He is creeping, keeping watch on behalf of Polaris knows who, monitoring our ways. He's spying our comings and goings. Carmuna will tell you all about your nice boy if you go find out why. Be careful, menina. Don't mention Carmuna. Go through that gate just south of here and keep going down. You'll get to him.
Don't forget to check the racks.
You approach Carmuna's rack of clothing, protected from the elements by a clear plastic sheet. Second-hand olds and newish fakes. Fashion has a short memory. Anything worn long enough to have been faked is already ancient. The rack sways with misspelled logos and forgotten styles. Cowboy boots, leather trousers, a long black skirt. Kinda cool. But is that all you are, Cascade? Kinda cool. You're special and you know it. You deserve an outfit that tells everybody else that you know it too. That's freezer talk. Come on. You're back in the game, Cascade. Search harder. Search better. You turn away from the rack. The gate is bound to the pole by a thin steel chain. The gap between leaves little room for passage. Rust speckles your fingertips. A system compromised at the subatomic level. We're gonna need tools for this one. You push the gate, The metal creaks, but it doesn't move. It's held fast by a rusty chain. The gate creaks in the breeze.
Off-brand driver. Cheap.
The man gazes down at a crate of cartridge disc. Veins rise like old roots beneath his thin skin.
Mass-produced excrement. These animals pleasure themselves in it. Collectors, art students, tourists, tote bag owners, the whole dim herd. You see this? Each one guaranteed for 10,000 replays. Obscene. Every day, I come out here to share the joy of rare media with discerning customers. Evidently, you're another one. I'll prepare the bowl. Recent sales have been better than projected, unfortunately. The result, like you.
No entries found under replayer. Filing under insults, incomprehensible.
Go ahead, browse away. My name's Petre. If you need strange how, format or content.
He takes the disc warily.
An Einzelton XR. Where did you get this? Einzelton hasn't been available to consumers for a decade. A disc in good condition is worth thousands of sold to people who appreciate its wonders. Provided it's well cared for and unplayed. You can imagine the use cases yourself. Rental markets, promotional copies, that sort of thing. The technical origins are trite.
Espionage potential, immense. The burn after reading function built into the medium itself.
Its deeper purpose is simply to exist, to remain in a rarefied realm of pure potentiality and infinite beauty. A magnet embedded in the disc erases its contents as it's being lit.
And as the audio content was obliterated, so was pseudopod.
As in life, everything happens only once. Replayability is oblivion. You played it. And what? You sought to defile a corpse a little more, just for fun? Better they recalled them all years ago. Better a mass manufacturing fault than this, to save them from this humiliation from being passed around like...
The vendor deflates before you.
I'm sorry. Ultraviolet is a pop singer. Degenerate, Lucian, Electro-Dross. There's a new fabricated star every day, it seems, but she's the top of today's pile. As for the title, probably the works of a brain-dead marketing committee. The fact that it's committed to Einzeltum suggested some kind of promo copy. Some new advancement of degeneracy from across the Nos Correntes. Of course it's real. You can't bootleg an Einzeltum. And this ultraviolet has gone missing at the moment. Kidnapped by counter-fascist radicals, whatever that means. Lucian marketing plot, if you ask me.
Could be the work of the militia Ruben Rouge, extreme communist fringe group. They've ransomed public figures before.
Mystery, fragility, trying to add something of the legendary to her status.
The vendor looks at the red disc and runs a thumb over its...
None of this is the Einzeltum's fault, of course. They can't control what gets seared upon them. I assume fondling a human corpse would also make you feel pretty weird.
You did a little of that too, but no need to mention.
Again, playing with cadavers would be.
Makes sense. Forbidden media, desecration of a tomb, the broken seal.
You seem to have misunderstood my soliloquy. It's done. No mercy. The beauty. I hope you dispose of it with dignity. I think a private ceremony would be most appropriate.
Nothing is ever truly gone. Everything leaves a residue. Everything with a charge can be summoned back.
I'm afraid not. The format is near obsolete. Einzeltone is the past, yet it contains the future.
The vendor recoils, as if you just spat at his feet.
So, your question is, Petre, how do I reanimate a corpse? I would class it as necrophilia, actually. I'll be honest, the thought is so disturbing to me that I've never entertained it before. But theoretically...
Breach warning. You are now hacking the firewall of techno-philosophy.
You would have to repolarize, re-reminence, processing, probably a concentrated magnetic flip, neodymium grader. It would involve some custom gear, no doubt, but my answer to your distressing question is yes. I think you could. Why don't you film it and make a snuff disc out of it? One for the techno-voyeurs. Don't ask me about this again. I feel unclean.
The vendor's eyes narrow behind his orange lenses.
This is a media store, not the missing persons division. Also one of the GMs with questions like that.
The Guardia Municipal. Street cops.
I try. So most of humanity fades into an indistinguishable morass of banality. This colleague, what does he look like? The sock. Dialectical-looking glasses. Air of advanced virginity. Yes, he came by here. Little communist lost. adrift among the many wonders of the free market. Your dialectical friend mistook himself for some sort of big money businessman. He wanted the bazaar to import superblock hosiery. Socks to start with, but there was talk of cotton ties, even stockings if the venture took off. No. And to be honest, I wouldn't have wasted the stock. He seemed immune to music. Of course not. I don't sell socks. So is he all right, your man? Or what? So you're also a communist. But you're not that little, or particularly lost, I'd say.
The vendor gauges you behind his colored lenses. All across the city of Petra, there is silence. People peer out fearfully from the slivers between curtains.
I'll be blunt. Are you with a weeping eye?
The techno-fascist secret police of Laloons, dark subconscious of the state, specializing in old-school, ugly methods. Your natural enemies, the ones who took you all apart 5 years ago. Hackles rise.
Because they've been especially active here recently. Usually they just let things slide. All the Lucian merchandise, good for everyone. But these days, they're staring right at us, unblinking. If you ever expand to ears, let me know. My point is, your colleague was asking questions. Now, something's obviously happened, and here you are, also asking questions. Given the current climate, no one wants to answer these questions, least of all, me. I'll tell you what I told your sock friend. Speak to the boatman down by the vest docks. He's the one who knows the underground goings-on around here. We're just the vendors. Wonderful. Now for all our sakes, please say no more. If you want to talk media formats, I'm your man. This other stuff... Only doctor I know is Hugo. Has a houseboat not far from here. Missing? Is he? I'm not surprised. That fool and his friend would wander into the jaws of a lion if they were told to. That TV show. Idiot with a bag on his head. Your regular stop for hysterical lies and paranoia. Every night, 9 p.m. The old fool was always regurgitating whatever he had heard. Maybe not. The bazaar is closed.
A filthy flyer glued to the wall. A row of bespectacled men stare into the middle distance, while in their midst a lone figure looks towards the viewer. A man with a brown paper bag on his head. Above him in bold letters, the reality situation. Yellow text in black and white. Tune in, everyday coverage. The Sub-Commandant A salutes you. Pride radiates from behind the bag. His stare seems to say, so you think. He promises myriad truths. Great, terrible, the undoing of all you know. Hold on. You know what could use a little more reality? That big blank wall next to your bed. It's been adhered to the wall with blue reusable adhesive. Sticky, easy for quick installation and removal. You're able to get it. A dusty and disused storefront, closed with a metal shutter. Above, a faded sign names the building, the Animal Zone. Carl was here. M+Y, heart. Unstoppable trade forever. Marito is a dog rapist. You lift the shutter gently. Come back at night, or find another entrance. You turn away from the storefront. This is the one. The payphone that makes people disappear. A giddy feeling rises in you as the payphone receiver emits a hollow whistle in your ear. You hear only the reverberation of your own voice, amplified by the phone. Still half hoping for something to happen, you put the receiver. You hang up the phone.
You're not Portofiron.
As he addresses you, the gazes of his two table mates veer towards you.
Foreigners always have the best stories, much more interesting than the local fauna. You're a long way from Marcia.
What happened, Sugar Tits? You get lost? Or are you just looking?
Kill this lecherous geriatric.
Animals. That's how it is with most pilots, though. Here.
The old man shrugs and drinks it himself.
We're all strangers in this city. Why don't you join us? We've got nothing better to do. At least until the phone hugger over there fucks up.
Not 10 meters away, a young man clutches the payphone to his ear, whispering urgently.
Just another foreign money, man. City's been full of them lately.
Stuck-up little shit. Strolled in one evening, couple of nights back, picked up the phone and hasn't let go of it since.
Who cares, Sugar? No one in a suit ever did any real work.
Come on, foreign money men in this city? Empty, obviously.
Wherever there is money, the bloody hand of transnational capital is never far off.
We all want our turn, Sugar. He's here every damn day. Stays on the line for hours. Doesn't care one bit if anyone else has had a turn or not. Only shuffles off once the sun sets. What are we going to do? Fight him? Even if somebody pummeled him half to death, he'd feel nothing. He's an empty suit. Not even the decency to be sad. Let him rot in him wealth.
He's not rich, Slava. He just works for rich people. Ignore them, Mercier. They have no idea how money works. Ex-pilots. Does Joe there look like he could get anything up, let alone a plane? That's loud, Joe. He doesn't talk much. I'm Pigeon. That's Slava over there.
Slava used to be the name of a fishing port company out of the north. My main cargo for a while. Packages stunk to high hell.
Guess.
A dirty little city bird. A winged rat.
Sure, why not?
Man's got no compass. Him couldn't make it to the payphone without using radar.
Joke's on you all anyway. I never minded.
Sure do, sweetheart. The good Dr. Hugo's on his houseboat right there.
The one called Zhao points to the path behind him, along the wall.
Reassuring to know that no matter how hot and heavy it gets, we're only... Please, Sugar. We can't deal with any more competition. The money man has us down to quickies.
Will you look at that?
Now where did a sweet thing like you pick that up? What a way to go, eh? I've saved some recordings of Duchess too, to use privately, you know.
To answer your question, you used to see a few of these floating around, but no figure it was from before that phone was permanently hooked up. It's always connected, that's what. No dialing, no choice to call anyone else. You pick up that phone over there, done. She's there.
Duchess. There isn't one. You call, Duchess answers. Simple, beautiful.
It's not just that, though. Whatever you like, whatever happens to be your thing, She has a way of finding it.
A tremendous honeypot, in other words, waiting to be tapped.
I got nothing to hide. Can't speak for Pigeon though.
Pigeon rolls his eyes and feigns indifference.
As far as I'm concerned, intruding is half the fun. Until next time, sugar.
Unwise to your presence, a lanky young man presses the His tie is loose. Beads of sweat glint off his neck. A desperate oath.
I don't know how much time we have.
Whatever the person on the other end of the line has to say to that, it makes the man's up. The line appears to be occupied.
I can't possibly perform under these conditions. You have to make me. The gap. I'm not even worthy to approach it on hands and knees. My little heart wouldn't be able to take.
So this is what the miracle... Perversion. Developed wild variety. But what sort?
Please. I need to feel like my position's in jeopardy.
Wall de collage. Super 130. Looks more expensive than it feels. The man wedges his index finger between his tight collar and neck. His only source of relief is the sweat seeping into the fabric of his wind-whipped collar. Lanky, malnourished, his physical form is an object of abuse and neglect in equal measure. His muscles and heart, evident in his poor posture and shallow breathing. He's all limbs, an unloved body at home only in the most ergonomic of chairs. What comes to mind is a handkerchief, buffeted on a night wind, eternally in retreat from itself. On the contrary, he's been making 250k a year since he... The old pilot was correct. This man works for MTER.
I need to know that if I don't pull this off, billions of soul worth of international loans and investments may be at risk. Tell me you'll report me to human capital if I displease our counterparties.
Now if you could just get his attention.
Oh, I think I forgot someone's title. She thinks I work with the mouth breathers in the trade office. In this suit? Yes, I saw your colleague, hanging utterly deflated from this very payphone. It was despicable. Like the wretched of the earth, abandoned to shoulder a massive, indescribable burden.
The young man turns his back to you without... If you want to use the phone, you're going to need to dislodge him first. No response. He's too...
Oh my God! You can't do that to me. But you really, really should.
He leans away from you, resting his foot. This rocket is close to liftoff. No room for a co-pilot in that command capsule.
You know so much, and I so little. The power differential is grotesque, highly problematic. Don't change it.
Like it or not, this is indeed one of the men allowed to decide what happens in the world.
I'm your faithful dog. I know nothing.
With a jolt and a sharp glance, the young man...
This is a private phone call. Please I saw her talking to the old pilots earlier. They must have sent her to listen in. Do I want her to watch? Oh, maybe, in theory, but you should see.
I asked you politely once. Now kindly wait your fucking...
Tell me that kind of language is unacceptable. It's the influence of the gap. I hardly recognize myself anymore.
More, harder, again.
I'm under assault! If this is it, tell them. Tell them it was in the line of duty.
If it weren't for the handset he's clutching, you would have laid him right out.
Questions? You violate my space and think I have time for questions? My job concerns the fates of nations! This is not a drill!
Fear, hatred. Good.
I'm sorry. I've attracted the attention of one of the lumpen probe. If this mysterious gap doesn't kill me, one of those violent locals will. I've got to go. I'll call you again, when it's safe.
With that, the man gently sets the handset back in its cradle and slinks off into the city. Now's your chance to see what this miracle line is all about.
Check it out, Hersh. The creditorial equivalent of a mountain. An impossible weight somehow lifted, just waiting for the disturbance that will bring down the avalanche. It's about everything. By some estimates, the entire world is 3 trillion sol in debt. If every one sol note in existence were used to pay off every loan, at the end of the day you would still come up short. It's only stupid for those in the losing position. The ones who think they have to pay back every penny. The good news is, you don't have to be one of those people. Debt is platonic, Hersh. Big or small, it doesn't exist as long as you don't pay it. Now you're talking. Your new imaginary girlfriend is called Credit, and you can do whatever you want with her.
The now unoccupied payphone stands half embedded in a concrete pedestal. The box is scrubbed of the usual flyers and graffiti, leaving streaks of adhesive and permanent marker behind. Stretched too many times. Coils slacken near the base, but someone's wound a rubber band to keep them tight. Something catches your eye. Beneath the grime, the metal surface ripples like something's trapped underneath. Grime flakes off in grey petals as your nail catches on a ridge. A shape emerges, arched, leaping. A dolphin. The engraving's shallow, eroded by years of neglect but legible. 1F7G35-94X12. A serial number. Maybe. In any case, you have this now. It's better than... You'd need to cross-reference the number. Renotel must have maintenance terminals hidden away. Keep an eye out. You relax your posture and take... You lift the receiver to your ear. No dial tone, only a crackling silence.
Now there's a voice I've never heard before. Hello, darling. I like how you sound. Oh, then I can tell already that this is going to be good. Lovers call me Duchess, and this is the miracle line. I'm glad you called. I feel like I've been waiting for you. A sock importer? Is he a friend of yours? An enemy? Do you want to hear about him fucking me? Do you want to hear about how he kept his socks on the whole time? My card? Like a business card? I don't have those, darling. Maybe one of my lovers printed it for fun. I can't discuss my other lovers, baby. Please don't be disappointed with me. I have to be away sometimes, but I'll try to make it less frequent. Now I know it might be you on the other side. I told you. I'm Dutch.
Your heart flutters at her name.
My name is the answer to what... Now let's fall in love.
Okay.
You're right. I'm a bad girl. A filthy whore. And you should punish anything, darling. Let me inside your head.
You feel an odd, tingling lightness to your mind as she takes this in. It's her. She's joining in with the gang.
Email. It's me.
Her voice tired and distant, laced with lazy confidence. It's you.
No, I'm not. You're lying to me. I'm shit at this. I'm going to be punished. What are... No, don't tell me. I already know. The freezer. Head operant? That's cruel, Mel. We don't even have head operants. I'm going to the freezer. I'm going to sort files. I'm going... Shall I tell you what it's like when I sort files? I wake up at 7 in the morning, alone. My alarm clock sounds like a lame cicada. I commute on the bus. So does everybody else. I catch them looking at me. I wonder if they can tell that I'm different. A secret. A shadow. But they can't. I'm not. I'm just like them. I spend all day sorting files into alphabetical order, but I still have to say the full alphabet to myself every time. When I shred files, the shredder eats them, pulps them, beats them into unrecognizable shreds so that they can be burned, incinerated. They burn for me. They sizzle and they burn. All the paper's gone. All the records of my mistakes, just dust. And I... Baby, do you want to talk about it?
You slam the headset down onto the...
Welcome to the clinic. My name is Dr. Hugo.
The man takes a measured sip of water from a clay cup. Behind him, shelves heaving with medical textbooks.
Of course. What can I help you with? Catatonia is an incredibly general symptom. It could be caused by anything from overdose to meningitis to a stroke. I'd need to see the patient to venture a guess.
Pseudopod will not be exposed, nor will you.
I suppose audio could trigger some sort of neurological event, but they are exceedingly rare. More than likely, it's a coincidence. He may have sat down, put on his headphones, and then had a massive cardiac event. Substance use is also rampant in musical subcultures, I've been told. Then why are you here, and not at the hospital?
Suspicion. He angles his head slightly as he looks at you impassively.
Someone would be reckless enough to diagnose a patient in absentia. I don't recommend such a doctor at all. All right, Party Alley. There's a clinic there, run by one, Gonzalo Gonza.
As he pronounces the name Gonza, a hair-tingling scream echoes along the canal, probably unconnected.
He might be willing to help. Frankly, you two may even get along.
He gives you a brief nod, and nothing else.
Without a prescription, I suppose I could sell you some melatonin tablets. Yes, it's different, isn't it? I find that it is much easier to connect with my patients than it was at my old practice in Sunset.
The Sunset is an upper-class The heavy floorboards are spotted with motor oil and boot prints.
Yes, well, it suits my...
The floorboards groan. The hole scrapes the side of the canal.
Family medicine. Oh.
You just make out the sounds of the ex-pilots blabbering at one another, though their words remain indistinct.
No. I don't even know what a phone sex injury would entail. You're welcome. Broken legs, heat stroke, parasites, ringworm, distemper. I'm somewhat of a generalist.
Distemper is not a human disease.
Of course I'm a real doctor. What a ludicrous question.
A real human doctor would have a real...
Of course. Until next time.
A ladder reaches towards the upper floor, creaking as the boat rocks.
Excuse me. The upstairs room is private.
The doctor raises an eyebrow. He does not. An assortment of cargo crates sits in one, machine printed, crisp and official. They all bear the same logo, tiny gold dots in a precise angular pattern. Point of origin, Ministry of Mass Culture, Cicatriz Frontera, the lengthening gleaming capital of Leluz. These crates aren't smuggled at all. They're government sanctioned from Leluz. A maze of hastily drawn letters and numbers stands in contrast to the printed labels above. The symbols range from A to D, 0 to 9. You're not meant to be able to. It's not for you. Black cartons of cigarettes are stacked in tight rows. One of them has been slit. The sight reminds you of a set of stairs descending into the dark of the basement. Yes, more commonly known as theft. You step away from the marked... The gate stands before you. Still, the gate creaks in the breeze behind. The man doesn't react or turn as you approach, your feet echoing off the high metal. Don't look now, but you can see through the metal floor, all the way down.
You've come a long way. Fortunately, the view just about compensates.
He has been watching. No harm in testing him, just a bit.
Up here? You must be joking. I'm being punished. My employer has placed me in an impossible position.
A faded patch sewn into his trousers, below the pocket. Twin black lines set against a yellow background. Hershel de Portofiro, the oldest transit company in the city.
I'm a safety inspector, watching the lines. As you might have noticed, this pylon is under construction, technically. It's my role to ensure the lines and pylons are all built according to code. And this line, Line 9, will never be finished.
Line 9. The same line the man by the aerotram station was told to wait for.
Then they would be waiting a very long time.
A cruel joke, most likely.
Where to start? This pylon's angle deviated more than expected as the concrete set. Hazardous near water. Shouldn't have skimped on materials. Then there are the clearance issues. The party alley rooftops are higher than the building department's official records.
These aerotrams would shear those right off.
Since the last round of enter stabilization, they've been trying to force us lifers out. We can be fired, not easily, but they can take away the work that made us stay in the first place. I have two options. I could falsify my reports and declare Line 9 safe for construction anyway, or I could quit. Either way, the company can't lose. I wasn't always. I thought about throwing myself off this pylon, right where you're standing. I used to fantasize about the GMs dragging my waterlogged corpse from the canal. Fortunately, this spot lends itself to reflection. Contemplating my punishment helped me see how to live with it. A friend of yours? Oh, all right. You see that fire exit over there? I'm a structural engineer. I believe in stability. What Emperor has brought isn't that. Their version of stabilization shifts the responsibility of managing entropy from the state to the individual. Human existence always carries entropy with it. That's inherent in the system. Social insurance, pensions, fair wages, these are measures against the entropy of living. They're also expensive. I've never lived anywhere else, so I can't say. I suppose there's the superblock, but they sign letter Wilker as well.
He glances down.
There's entropy in all systems. No living thing can avoid it entirely.
The man gives no indication of registering your presence. His mirrored sunglasses are turned skywards. Must be cataract glasses. He's visually impaired. Maybe mentally impaired also.
Just more interested in the sky than I am in you. Help you with something?
It must be slain. A jolt of fear snaps through you, writing itself across your face. Unclear if he noticed. He sniffs idly, rolling the cigarette between his lips. One of 8 great trenches in the mapped world. Its edges run from the Telmar Gulf to the Lio Aran Sea. Conservative estimates suggest a depth of 12,000 meters. decent performance, but you have notes. Time to show. Cards on the table. A still moment. From a nearby rooftop, the sound of children playing. A polite round of applause for the support act. Your cerebrospinal fluid turns to liquid refrigerant. Tempo del Sur, mid-tier deity in the local underworld, and once your asset, cryptonym Taxman, also because his name is Pseudopod, and the hushed arena awaits a different spy. Your name is the Flood, home turf. You have returned. He nods slowly. You catch an impression of his eyes as the light hits his sunglasses. Shards of both past and present collide. In the wreckage, a jagged pattern forms. 1. Tempo, cryptonym Taxman, your dormant asset, contacts the opera. Intent unknown. Information unknown. Request, meeting with operant Cascade. Only Cascade. 2. Cascade status frozen. Duration in perpetuum. Opera issues directive. Dispatch lead operant to Portofiro. 3. Pseudopod. Active in theater. Assignment, meet with Tax. They wanted Pseudopod to become Tempo's new handler. You were just here to smooth the transition. 4. Pseudopod fails to meet with Taxman. Requests Cascade from Opera. 5. Timeline disrupted. Movements unknown. Pseudopod. Status changes to lost. 6. Cascade. Status changes to reanimated. Operant arrives in theater. Unbriefed. Unassigned. And questions coagulate. But at their center a truth catches the light. So either under a lot of mental stress or seeing ghosts, this message could be critical. It could also be nothing but branches tapping a window pane. Tempo had many criminal-grade contacts in the loose. Probably how he dodged the fallout after your network blew. An old, low-slung workhorse with tar patches, resin on the seams, hairline cracks across the hull. Someone's been... Marina 32, early 70s issue, Portofiro manufacturing, bill for Munich. Long dead hands carrying the hull, white fingers in the brine. You know where this is going, right? You're not going to just walk into it. He lowers his head in brief salute. The fire exit stands conspicuously ajar. Someone has wedged it open with a ball. You pocket the ball and close the fire door firmly.
You again. Any updates on the 9? But how can that be? Agent, you'd think with all the MTER money this place has gotten, they'd have fixed their aerotrams. I can't believe this. Where I'm from, the gendarmerie are bright and civic-oriented. What am I supposed to do now? I was simply passing through on my way back home to Sundark. I had been working in Copablanco, but the work dried up. That was more than a week ago, and...
Despite his predicament, he's kept up with hygiene. His beard is shaved, his nails well manicured.
I'm a political economist by training. Well, not in so many words. How to put this? You're surely familiar with the concept. A somewhat rich, older lady wants a nice exotic husband without the lifelong commitment, yes? Meanwhile, a clean, well-behaved man from the periphery wants to see the world, but lacks the necessary capital. The woman pays for his relocation.
No twitch, no hesitation. He's reclined into that reality long ago.
Right, of course. There used to be a more direct route via Hershel, but the border has been closed since it was re-annexed by Lalu. It's not so easy to get around as it used to be, you know?
A man turns back to his suit. The young man leans back, his gaze slowly tracing your outline. Both of his eyes drift outwards.
Alhamdulillah. Now you came to me for a reason. Tell me how I can help you. Only if you got more vision. People come to me for all sorts of services. Call it fate, call it timing. Me, I call it good business. Baby, not only am I a businessman, I am a purveyor of taste. I curate high-class aesthetics and deliver low-overhead miracles. Sometimes it's fashion, sometimes it's conversation pieces.
Jacket, pristine, not bootlegged. Nails recently manicured. Money made.
And I got fresh weed too. Universe provides.
Theft. Only.
If you ever need to help yourself to the world's supplies.
Presented between his finger and thumb, a small but sturdy metal prong. A lockpick.
The freshest.
Astounding. Must have been harvested just a few days ago.
You'll be seeing lizards and volcanoes with this strain. That's not a guarantee. But it's not... Well, with the neon bibs, lose here works for me. Making moves on my own accord. Alright. Tell me what's on your mind. Forget about him. I can give you everything he can, and more. I'm always serious with you. But okay, I can see that fire in you. I'll be seeing you.
The machine is still soured by the smell of urine. Beverages glow on the inside. The piss smell waves good. The boy shifts in his cocoon of mismatched fabric. On his sleeve, a holographic foil patch reads Marco.
There's a weird one in that clinic right there. Really weird. Cool. I don't know. I don't know. I hang out like what? How'd you know my name?
He narrows his eyes, chin.
Oh yeah, you're right. Nah, it's from La Luz.
With a flick, the boy shows off the sleeve's electric magenta trim. Black tags dangling from the hem chime loudly.
What? They're all different. My friend's got a red one. Yeah?
Not one step further, bored scum. I'll do it!
A noose around his neck. A lab coat splattered with blood, both new and old.
I'll enjoy it too. I think I can probably come just from watching the trauma sink into your face, right before the oxygen stops reaching my brain for good. Don't pretend you're a person. I can smell it on you. The forms, the files, the fucking bureaucratic miasma that birthed you. So you're talking to your little colleague out there. I know you're from the medical board, and I know he's been watching me. There is no words. If you're not bored, which you fucking are, then go and deal with the stain of narc shit lurking outside. I know that scarf of his is a fucking wire.
Description matches the fidgety teenage boy spoken to outside. Emphatically not an asset of any sort.
Kid, that's a 40-year-old man with a severe deformity. Terminal virgin, too. Stench of xenophobia all over him. No one takes down Dr. Gonzalo E.S. Gonza, except Gonzalo E.S. Gonza.
His eyes flash.
Bring me one of his lying, scheming, bored narc teeth. Here, use these. My board condemned pry bar. enough. Until I see. I'll do as I very well please.
The teenage boy nods hesitantly as you approach.
Yeah? I know. He keeps shouting at me. He thinks I'm a narc. I'm no narc, and I got a D in biology. Fuck it. I don't give a shit. Take one of my teeth, yeah? Show him I don't give a fuck about his... I have my own shit going on out here. I'm on a mission. And if mission demands...
Just hit him in the face. It'll be great. He opens his mouth to flash you the empty space where a tooth should be.
How does it look? Just tell me how it looks, okay? Yeah? I suppose girls always like the pelota players with the broken noses and stuff.
He takes his hand from his mouth to wave at you.
Back for the gruesome finale. Don't you fight with me now. Nice. Very nice.
Is that arousal?
Fine. But be warned. One whiff of bored fuckery and gruesome public suicide is back on the agenda.
The doctor doesn't appear any more professional behind the desk than he was on air.
Now tell me, where does it hurt? He's dead. Forget about him. Who's the unfortunate? let me tell you something about colleagues, sister. By and large, the most vile species of sniveling, rule-following, authority-sucking vermin ever to stain this earth. Second, perhaps only to medical board inspectors.
You don't have conclusive proof he was not like that, at any rate.
You want my advice? Roll him up, toss him out in some hazardous waste bags before he starts smelling. All right. Gut diagnosis screams ketamine binge, but I'm keeping an open mind. Any signs of injury, self-inflicted or otherwise? Good start. Anything else? Strange how. Ugh, who cares? Show me. Ultravioletta. Well, there it is. Mystery condition solved. I didn't fucking consent to the knowledge now, did I? It's forced down your throat as soon as you step outside. This is a clear-cut case of LAS. Libidinal atrophy shutdown syndrome. Affects terminal virgins, unlaid husbands, and men exposed to overly uterine music. Tea drinkers too.
This checks out. Pseudopod didn't look like he'd be popular with anyone. A lead, at last.
Oh, this is less, all right. But as bad the case as I've ever encountered. Men are built to pursue, conquer, reproduce. Ergo, per annum, a quota of fucking must occur. His body is given up from neglect. Seen it 1,000 times.
The doctor opens a drawer and slides towards you a baggie with a small medical stamp inside.
Anti-last treatment. It'll wake up whatever's left in him to wake up. And if that doesn't work, end of the road, sister. Cut him loose. Of course, I really think it. I prescribed it. Easy delivery. Just let it dissolve on his tongue. Good luck to you.
The site of some kind of humanitarian catastrophe. The surface of Gonza's desk is buried under unopened envelopes, pill bottles, loose syringes, and pens. Atop the pile sits a child's drawing of a two-headed horse and a crumpled note with a few scrawled phone numbers. A blighted rat guarding its bones.
That's how the board gets you. Open a government threat and it becomes a conversation. Keep those things sealed, and then you have their fear. Bottled. They're decorative. Not my kid, before you get ideas. I locked down my own plumbing at 12. Cauterized and triple-tied vast deference. No one's trapping Gonza. Some junkie spawn handed that abomination to me after I treated his mom. Zero talent. Makes the women folk trust me. And on Beth.
The doctor drums his fingers on the dirty desktop and You return to your double-splayed, upturned body. You return to your double-splayed, upturned body. You return to your double-splayed, upturned body. The bed welcomes you for a soft slumber. The dimming world away.
I'll print. That's understandable. It's been a while since... Of course, Oprin. I'll be here if you...
you've come back. I hesitated bringing this up earlier, but you might want to know. It seems you have a follower.
Hair's attentive.
No, I don't think so. Of course.
Carmona saw you scaling the pylon, but she did not see the creep fall to his death. Oh. Well, engineering it. Carmona will not take comfort in that. Here. Some comfort in return. Not that Carmona's forgotten you came in. Well...
She lowers her voice, hunches for...
The dock workers suspected they found an agent of the Weeping Eye, working right here, in the bazaar.
Your heart convulses at their mention.
Found him taking Lucian money. Carmona doesn't believe it, though, Menina. They got the wrong man. He bought a beautiful coat from Carmona's stall just last week. A real gentleman. Nobody with the eye could be so polite or have such a good...
The dock workers must have had more information on him. Find out what you can. If there are Weeping Eye here, you need to know why.
Garish? No. This coat was the treasure of the rack. Must not be the same man. He was like a son to me, Menina. But no, never got his details. The one you're wearing? I'm afraid so, Menina. It would never. It was a trench coat, multicolored, but predominantly oranges, rags. It recalled the carpet bag of the olden variety.
The coat sounds familiar. This is the man who was talking to your special asset in Photo 24. He was at Photo 24 and your double was incapacitated. This is now your prime suspect.
And he always had a camera. Ask yourself, Menina. Would a Weeping Eye man walk around with a camera? Too obvious. This is all a matter of taste, and not other. They're Lucian, Menina. Bazaar's full of bootlegs. Very well. Ah, yes. He was fine super block suey. I should have known you were cut from the same cow. I sent him to the docks west of here. Head boatman there reports directly to the bazaar manager, in charge of imports, export.
And she knows no more than you did already.
Oh, yes, bastardo. It's him turned the bazaar into the bootleg bazaar, drawing Lusians, irritating the local mob. It's all men fighting, while Carmona sits. Haven't seen him or his assy assistant assing around for a while. They're probably shacked up somewhere, making the angels sick. Well, you ought to choose them better. Let him know he's a bastardo next you see him. He's not been himself. You know, he used to drink. Then he stopped. Perhaps he slid back into the bottle without Carmona noticing. Every day, he was at the shrine by the west gate, offering and praying. Carmona doesn't keep track of us in names. Who cares? She's been collecting our payments for the last few weeks. Suddenly, we low people must tolerate a teenager managing the place on his behalf. I won't have it, Manina. She may run the bootleg bazaar, but enough indeed. Bazaar's closing soon, Manina. Don't forget to...
Bagman gestures wildly. The sounds from the The fire door is still tightly closed. You raise your hand to wave at the engineer on his... The door sits flush. The fire door is still The door sits flush. Inside it... The Guardia Municipal officer is intensely scrapped.
Hola, miss. Hope there's a reason you've stopped an officer while he's on duty. Socks are the one thing I don't need. Too many elderly relatives for that. Officer Morito, agente coordinador for the Guardia Municipal. Do you need help with anything? You're fine. There's no...
This amateur might as well have shouted hello. Any stalkers around? What are we expecting here? A miracle?
Well... Did you flirt with him, perhaps? Is it possible you're imagining it? And keep in mind, just because men walk by, doesn't mean they're glad Morito could be of help. How bad does it look?
A smeared pattern with streaked edges. You can rule out natural irritants.
There is this topical ball repellent I've been using. Instructions said to apply generously. Guess that's what I get for trying to keep the peace with these boars running around. You're lucky then. We've been dealing with an infestation for weeks. Back ways are full of them. It used to be a seasonal problem. Every autumn, some adults would come down bold and hungry. But lately, it's more of a permanent residency. At best, they're a nuisance. The little ones are fine, but the adults could take off a kneecap if you're not careful. And then there's the really big one, the mother. They don't seem so bad if they're alone, but they're never alone. Get 5 or 6 together and they can take down a grown man. Massive. Furs all matted, covered in scars, territorial too. Preys on drunks, stumbling back from Party Alley. Tusks, claws, knives, bullets. Take your pick. Every few years some brave moron tries to take her down, but she stands undefeated. You got a weird glint in your eyes. Let's not do anything stupid, all right? You back away, slowly. If you get a whiff of it charging, find something to climb if you can. And then, come find me. Try being all out. Yeah, Eno's gone. Him and his other fuck-up buddy Gilmar. Big word for 2 nosy retirees with more time than... Figure these 2 just ran off, leaving the kid to deal with their mess. Can't. Payphones belong to Renotel. It's private business. The Guardia Municipal doesn't have jurisdiction to look into that. The Fiscalia. One could put a request through them, but that's a lot of paperwork. Better to... The law's not perfect.
Hard to argue with a non-existent point.
Not at the same time. That'd be too obvious.
That's a lot of skepticism around...
Way I see it, they started planting the phone story weeks ahead of time as a cover. Planned the whole scheme. Got 2 theories. Debts is the obvious one, of course. Now, if it's not debts, then we're clearly looking at 2 men, yeah? Old friends, close friends, detecting together. Whoa there, no need to get explicit. I don't need the image in my head. Not well, but I've known her a long time. Eno used to bring her here as a toddler. Sure. Don't need to dwell on this sad mess. We've had instances of theft around the docks recently. Anything and everything. Seems like the work of kids, if you ask me. Must be trying to scare people too, as weird noises have been heard at night. Scream. Apart from that, it's quiet. Just how I like it. Believe me, I do plenty. Just by standing here, even. Really, the hardest part's keeping people away from the boars. Hence this whole cream situation. Can't say I'm familiar with the name.
He's not trying to hide the truth. He's staying out of it on account of the uniform.
I still don't know him. Were I aware of anyone conducting illicit business, formalities would be expected. Paperwork, licensing, inspections. It'd be my responsibility to report all inconsistencies. I can tell you Petra the music vendor's a major arsehole. I asked him about an old Blood Golem disc, and he told me he'd rather tie polystyrene blocks to his feet and jump in.
Doesn't make sense. Why not go for something that sinks?
I told him as much. He said that was the point. His demise should be slow, so that I'd hear him scream for hours. I don't get why he brings up all this violent stuff all the time. If he ever goes through with it, there won't be any shock value. It'll just be sad. Blood Golem is a band. Blood Golem heals all wounds. It's the sound that raised us from shit-crusted upright apes into humans. The antithesis of Blood Golem, that. Sounds more like primitivist folk trash. Blood Golem might have been banned where you're from. Their post-sludge is too revolutionary for most places. Primal, filthy, slow, all ending. Like an army of giants are growling underwater while smashing cliffs together.
None of these words make any sense to you, either singly or even less in combination.
As a matter of fact, too powerful for most Portofirans. It's like nobody cares about our own music anymore. Or art, really.
As you step away, the GM returns to scratching his inflamed skin. You stop and take the world in, a figure jittering on paws. Nobody looks up. Nobody asks why you're here. Nobody waves. 100 conversations blend into one. A slow, warm river carrying you nowhere in particular. A sharp inhale, then you're... The steel door to Tempo's office is before you. Faint oxidation halos bloom across. It's locked. Still locked. Someone... Show it who's boss. Silence from the other side. You get no answer, no twitch. Yet you can sense something leaking through the door seams. Unearthing. Contamination. No answer. Silence. A brief tremor runs through the metal, but it doesn't... Humans dominate doors every day. Hold this one back. Stop. Don't enter. Don't break this seal. This doesn't have to be yours. Gang ho. The frame screams in protest and concedes as you fling the door backwards into the room. A ruined sofa with a sad story to tell. The air hums. This is a spy's death. Too much. Update. Asset taxman. Was unknown. Now zeroed out. Multiple assailants going by the footprints. A brief struggle. Then the inevitable. The stereo system is facing away from the sofa. Think about this suboptimal room layout for a moment. It's much easier than looking at the blood. At the start, at least, this was not a clean hit. The aftermath was the point. This is a warning. The blood is curdled and cracked, the color of old brick. A week ago, maybe more. The way espionage crises always go. People collide in slow motion, gripping the outer edges half blind. Bodies mount, telephones ring. Mere minutes into the match and the away crowd are silenced by a stark scoreboard. Enemies 2, Cascade 0. On the desk are a grey notebook, an e-terminal, and a broken photo frame. Next to the frame is an eye with a long single teardrop, shaped out of a fine white powder. The eye of your enemy, waiting to greet you. It's soft and ringed. The word accounts is written across the top in black marker. A thicket of serial numbers, dates, columns and rows cover the pages top to bottom, along with shorthand references to incomes and outgoings. You notice the handwriting completely changes in the more recent entries. The first dates back years, harsh-lined, heavy-handed, all capital. The second set is an elaborate looping cursive. Some of the eyes have little hearts instead of dots. Boring, boring, boring. There are none. The first set of handwriting even uses the word cunt with the same wild abandon as the second. It would be quite rare for rupturing blood vessels to entice one into calligraphy. The heart suggests a compassionate touch, maybe even a human relations department. A list of names, titles, and compensation. One of the rows has been firmly crossed out with aggressive black lines. Ignatz could be the individual of flexible loyalties that Carmuna mentioned. Rent, utilities, and other minor operating costs, including travel. Multiple instances of round-trip tickets between Portofiro and Dead Elysium. You avert your gaze. It doesn't turn on. Someone's cut the cord. The crying powder eye stares at you. It is a signal. The crudeness of it points towards a sick joke by the weeping eye. The eye watches you. The silence in the room agrees. Your finger returns to you with a dusting of white. Power plant. If gasoline could kiss, this would be the perfume on the collar of its shirt. The privatized roads of your mind are now a high-speed rail network which penetrate the brain-blood barrier. Enjoy. It's cocaine. The eye is no longer weeping. As you turn the frame around, dust falls and a blade of light momentarily obliterates the row of faces presented, cutting straight to our heart. Here you all are. Taxman. S-Stock. Virtue. Cascade. Radiant. Kindred. Holocene. Your former network, known to the opera as. Unknown to you, as those friends you left to die 5 years ago. None of them meet your eye, apart from you, the only one looking down the camera. What a thoughtful gesture. Very late. You slip the photo out of the frame, into your pocket. Pressing against your heart once more. A fatal case of sentimentality, leading cause of death among old assets and spies. Too late. Fading lights in the fog. You are here now, under attack. Beneath the photo, and your heart, a tug. The window to your right. Did someone see you come in here? You can make out an impression of the bazaar beyond the window, obscured by dust. You gather up your sleeve and exhale onto the window, where your breath reveals a clear handprint in the dust. The condensation from your breath fades, taking the print with it. Across the canal is the district of Lower Vudas, a haggling mess of slums, continually sprouting from the defunct ruins of itself. Nighttime finds the bazaar nearly empty. You observe a few teenagers and individual souls going about their routine. Just like the former overseers of S-Silk No. 3, standing at this window, studying the movements of the dye workers, looking for signs of disturbance. An unusual shape breaks the pattern, a large orange figure sliding between the stalls, glancing up at the office. Too much and too... The man from the photo shop, the weeping eyes errand boy. Of course, in espionage, coincidence is folklore. Known to the opera as the Whole Sick Crew.
news from the crash site. Recovery crews have pulled a scorched orange box from the wreckage. On the casing, block letters in Mercian, Illuminato, and Standard Cohilan. Memories. Extreme caution required. Definitely not.
Memories dormant in the paving stones and eaves are beginning to rise. The air itself grows heavy with past sensations.
The box isn't designed that way. The past is being kept under high pressure. The metal release handle is too cold to touch. Already, you feel a little bit less alone. Whether you're prepared for company is another matter.
A click somewhere inside, the world slows. A sudden release of epinephrine into the bloodstream. You lock eyes with the man from the photo shop. He cradles something within his coat. The time to act is now. Your muscles tense up in anticipation of the launch. For a moment, the void and weightlessness of outer space, the realm of pure possibility. Some write bad verse on this particular subject matter and call it cathartic. Then gravity kicks in. You do not fall, you descend. A moon knocked off its center, hurling towards the capital city. Tail. The shockwave is tremendous and silent as it travels up, out, and around. The air feels cool and energizing. You're evading the line of sight for now, but not for long. There are many objects in this box. One of these objects could be your object. Your hands caress a variety of head coverings, ultimately stopping on a shiny, luminous visor. It does when you're making it up as you go along. Greasy, awkward, and dressed in a gaudy multicolored coat, the man stands nervously scanning his surroundings, one hand reaching towards his pocket. His gaze glides cleanly over you. You hear the whine of a 50cc engine. A small tuk-tuk appears in your peripheral vision.
Yo, Oprecon, this way!
Your body crackles with electricity as you batter your foe into submission. His eyes light up in fear.
Come on, time to move!
The man's hand slips out of his coat. He grips a camera tightly to himself. You race towards the waiting tuk-tuk and hoist yourself up.
One of those nights. Hans Akimbo.
The girl gives you a quick, not exactly kind once-over from behind a dark cigarette and crescent nose. Ouroboros black, case closed on the cigarette thief. Her eyes are each a different color, amber and ash.
And you must be his so-called friend, Hershel. Cascade then. Fuck it. Have two names. Temple said you'd be late, but he also said you'd show.
Your former asset was swapping secrets with a teenage girl. What is occurring here? Not that. Probably. The man was a committed homosexual.
All of it's gone wrong. Someone took Tempo out. The whole way out. Who do you think found the blood? He's dead. Turbo dead. Sorry. We all knew it was coming one way or another. Like Tempo used to say himself, no one in gets out alive. Tempo had enemies in every direction. Take your pick.
Steady hand, even voice, poise beyond their years.
Sure, Hershel. Weeping Eye, or the Carabineros, or the Azuri mob. Maybe they want to go to the mattresses again. Fuck you care anyway. Tempo always called you a friend. 5 years, no word. Some friend. Yeah, but everyone says that. Because it's easy to say.
Carried from a nearby apartment, a piano melody floats through the room as if on small wings.
Anyway, he's gone. So now it's me or it's nothing.
The girl studies her half-dead cigarette and falls silent.
Ignatz, area clown with shit taste in jackets. He used to work at the bazaar till Temple sacked him. For being a clown, officially. And unofficially, for maybe going in with the weeping eye. Carmona's got dye in her brain or something. Whatever she comes out with, assume the opposite. Either way, Kuntz just bought himself a lifetime ban from the bazaar. Welcome to the delinquent heap. From the photo on Tempo's desk. That was all of you, right? The whole sick crew? Thought so. Not a lot. That you were good, that you had something together, and that it was a shame how it all went down. Slowly, then all at once. They got the girl first, he said. Carolina. Then the floor gave way. No, I don't think so. Good things go sideways, it happens. This is straight. You were friends, right? You go down with your friends and you all go together. how it's always been.
The girl inspects the disc over the top of her cigarette.
This is one of those Einzelfucks Petre won't shut up about. Never. They're meant to be pretty rare, aren't they?
Pseudopod has unlocked one of life's secret endings.
I know she's missing, but that's no state secret. Whole world knows that. Kidnapped, I heard. Sad end if it's true. I'm not. Most ends are sad. Where did you get that anyway? As in dead? As you should. I would too. What happened to him? The worst type of schemery. Sounds like we're two down, Cascade, and getting cunted harder by the minute. Hope he pulls through. Okay, good. Whatever. The ritual, obviously. Has it started yet, or what? Cascade or nothing. Tell her Taxman is ready to begin the ritual. That was Tempo's message to the opera. What's it mean?
Horoscope brings up 0 matches in the Tempo archives. Or any archives.
I really hoped you would. I thought you were high up in the opera or something. Tempo said you were top floor, brightest spy in the sky. What's that mean? Are you still a spy? Thanks for the honesty, but the way Tempo talked about you, I'm glad he's not around to hear that. You're supposed to be the great Cascade, pockets full of answers. All my cards coming up.
The girl closes her eyes, then opens them again. Smoke drip.
Quiet, Hershel. I sense the presence of spirits. They want to commune with us.
Kid never mentioned she's a medium.
Yes, I hear them. They're close. They're whispering. Ritual's completely fucked. It's gone. Unless you can find this old Luthien guy. Before Temple got knuckle flicked off the board, he was setting up a massive deal with some Luthien guy who's like 1,000 years old. Someone way high up. My best guess? This ritual's all tied up in that. Temple called it a blow for culture in defiance of all known laws. And he said that if he fucked this one, the weeping eye would kill us all. He said this numerous times. Seems that prophecy is coming to pass. Temple was first, a blood sacrifice in his own office. Next is me. Then you, probably, if you're still around. You're part of this deal now. Risk you take with friends like Tempo. But this thing, he thought you'd be proud of him. I don't think you were the intended playee here. I hope he heard that, all the way up in heaven. Secret jail or some shit, out of reach. This ancient prick disappears a couple of weeks back, gets snatched, vanishes, like that. Said some hyper-incriminating shit into the phone that everyone knows is tapped. Extremely schoolboy error. Tempo's on the other end, hears him get taken. Black bag job. Now he's locked up in some secret jail, saying who knows what to who knows who. Right. Malin said her dad turned into thin air. She doesn't smile much anymore. Not a great look when you're trying to sell parties to people. You should see her fucking receipts. Yeah, it's right under the flashing neon sign that says, "Secret jail this way." Sorry. It's been a tense couple of weeks. This old guy getting snatched really spooked Temple. Like weapons-grade coke binge spooked. Last time I saw him, he was bleeding out of his nose and talking very seriously about fate. Correct. You've got me in this safe house, and I've got you. Not on coke, but I am spooked to fuck. You need to find this old Lucian guy and either just bust him out or shut him up. If this ancient prick spills on our massive deal, we're all fucked. You, me, and...
This fixture is not yet rained off. The scoreboard is bleak, but there is still time to turn it around.
Thanks. And fuck those opera cunts. What do they know? Tempo always called you the best. Take him at his word.
A distant door slams somewhere beyond you. The soft, stifled piano carries over muffled laughter and child velocity footsteps from the apartment above.
He said you'd come through for him, too. For us. So find that old prisoner, Hershel, and come through. Tempo was gonna get the old guy out of Luth via Portofiro. Exit papers and all. Whole new you type of package. He was good at moving people and making them up. The techno-fascist nursing home? Who knows? Probably death in some form. Something he called the Mega Violator.
Highly likely that's not what it's actually called.
I would say conceptual object, but it exists. The illuminated cunt never came through with it, or at least, he didn't have the chance, so who knows where that got to. Only shot we got. It's you and me, Hershel. One cunt down, two more behind the ghost of him.
Her hand reflexively reaches for the cigarette packet jammed into her left bra strap. She smacks the packet once against the side of her head, then flips open the top and plucks one out. A far too familiar gesture. Something grinds and sparks against the inside of your skull. The aerotram stopped with Tempo, fog-stained and matted with rain. The final time that both of you felt certain would not be the final time. He smacked the packet on the side of his head before offering you a smoke. You wanted to leave something hanging in the balance between the two of you. A note to pick back up on.
We hosed here, Hirsch?
Your asset glances at you. Cigarette paused halfway to mouth.
Anything from our dream kid?
Kindred. Unreachable for the last 16 hours. The screech and groan of your aerotram arriving.
You should probably get on that. And don't worry about me, I'll be alright. Take care, you dim cunts.
Yo, ground control to Hershel. You look like my grandmother during an absence seizure. Closer than most, I would say. Yeah. You're right, it probably does. My name's Yana, and I'm the fucking man. On account of my many enemies. Enemies all the time. I've got a lot more problems than the ones you're bringing me. And I've got solutions to those problems in motion. Retract your nose from my affairs.
The air in the apartment is very stale all of a sudden. Cigarette smoke swirls like a spell.
All right, Hershel. Psychologize me. We had a professional arrangement. Now we have an extremely personal one. I was here, that's all. Probably where I left them. Appreciated. I'm retired. Government education is for losers and narcs. They're never gonna teach you the most important thing in life. How to make fucking moves. Yeah, I did some odd job shit around there. Admin stuff for Tempo. Became his assistant, basically. Nothing so high concept. I was just Yana. The bazaar took me in. Tempo kept me. Hold on, don't I get another name? Like how Tempo was Taxman?
Could go with Tax Girl. Strong thematic resonance.
You mean like save you from the bazaar? Speak your piece. Keep your powder dry, Hershel.
The stall has been left unattended. A haphazard arrangement of paperbacks and hardcover. A handwritten sign teeters on top of one of the stacks of books. Books 10 sol. Magazines 5 sol. Place money in the box. Relic of the district's more communitarian. A few scrawled tags separate the various teetering parts. The faintly sweet smell of old paper, tinged with an unpleasant hint of mildew. Depends on how much you enjoy predictable pursuits of serial killers, variably through occult forests, and yet the genre will survive just fine without you. You flip through the stack of slim, staple-bound periodicals. Faded fashion catalog. One cover catches your eyes. It depicts a leather-clad man, looking intensely grim with a large sword on his back. A label warns of ultra-violent content. The Hombre, Volume 5, Issue A. You've seen that name before, browsing at the newsstand while Tempo badgered and bartered over cigarettes. How could it not? From the thin shadows of the sunlit day to the deepest sepulchral tomb, to the darkness writhing in the heart of men. The Hombre is available wherever comics are sold. You slip it back onto the shelf between... You turn away from the... Stopping abruptly by the honor book stall, your double Holocene opens the duffel bag he has been carrying with him and begins depositing books in the stall's donations box. 5 of them, every one a brand new copy of the same book. Blood Type Hecatomb by H.S. Lastra.
4, actually. 1 is an old copy of mine. Annotations carefully redacted.
The book flashes open for a moment. You see that the margins are black with annotations furiously scribbled out.
Lastra's virtually unheard of here. I'm, you could say, pouring a new element into the city's psychic water supply. Be that as it may, Cascade, I can trace certain changes in my cognition, unfolding to this very day, to my first reading of this book, and specifically, trepanation scene. I have reason to believe that this cognitive leap was set off by properties within the text itself, possibly letter distribution patterns that correspond to certain proportions within the human brain. Apparently, H.S. Lastra's fontanelle never properly closed. There was always a little soft spot left on the crown of his skull. Nowadays, they would put in a metal plaque for that, but his just stayed open for his whole life. The trepanation scene is Lastra's attempt to make sense of the strange intuitions and visions which, he always felt, came through his naturally open skull, and to recreate their effect for the reader. What? No, don't be ridiculous. I just want more people to read my favorite novel.
Smiling with a degree of mischievousness, he describes the copies of Blood Type Hecatomb through different parts of the shelf, hiding one amongst the self-help books, and then turns to leave. You step over the threshold and into a memory. This place, this bar, the center of the frozen world. Old schnapps and the faded sour cologne of body odor and bleach. Soft yellow light filtered through cracked shades. The rumble of the ice machine, a hissing television. Exactly how you remember it. Favorite den of Keesok's local Pelota squad and their partisans, as well as a certain disgraced spy of the Operant Bureau. Stale air circulates your lungs. The taste is familiar. The bar isn't going anywhere. It will still be serving the foul local schnapps when the rest of Keesok has fallen into the sea. On the wall above, mounted like the taxidermied head of a bull moose, scratched and yellowed porcelain, a notable smudge on the lip of the sea. Brown it. The smudge is not what it appears to be. Not the most obvious suspect, at least. From across the room, the bartender notices your gaze.
Don't worry. The smudge on the rim is just blood. 83. Keesok versus Recreación. The referee sent Peña off on a bullshit call. A riot ensued, as per tradition. Someone ripped a toilet right out of the washroom wall and chucked it at the Recreación supporters.
It's a misty watercolor. Keesok's pride. The moment it all peaked. When all the madness and meaning in the world swelled into one glorious, unstoppable wave. They were just blowing off steam. Bit of a brawl never hurt anyone. Countless injuries were reported in the aftermath of the incident, and 2 fatalities confirmed. The bartender shrugs and returns. An older man, heavy-set, looks up as you approach. On the table next to him is a large plastic box. An accordion hose runs from the side of it and disappears between his shirt buttons.
Up around. Fun of you to drop by. And right on schedule, I'd say.
It should be said that you've never seen this man before in your life.
Though I'm sure it doesn't feel that way. Some reputations precede. I heard a notorious spy had escaped from the freezer and was running amok in theater. Had to see for my...
This man must be part of our welcoming committee. The gang's legend.
Now here you are, in living color. Cascade, known to some as Hershel Wilk.
Your stomach tightens. Predator. Caution.
Officially, I'm no one. A null entity. A sad old man in an ugly shirt, killing time at a gaudy paleta bar.
No entity. The Operant Bureau's preferred name for those it would rather forget. His shirt is very ugly, it must be said. Perhaps a kind of social scramble.
But my sordid history's not the subject here. It's you. Everyone's asking about all kinds of stuff. They're asking, has she figured out her assignment yet? What's going on with her double? Does she still have it? Thrilling questions all, but mainly, they're concerned about your heart. Straight to it. Fine. The opera have dropped you in a river of shit. Maybe I can help you get yourself out of it. Call it your look of haggard perplexity, assuming that's not just your normal expression. You've been out of the action for 5 years. I've been in this game a long time. Picked up plenty of neat things that could be of interest to you. Music, not really my area. Spotted a couple teenagers in elaborate costumes. Seem to be fans of some kind. I'd say they're your source. Local television personality, though his accent suggests origins in
The PR Lavendy, the less socially developed neighbor of the PR.
Obviously a lunatic, an addict of some sort. I'd keep my distance, were I you. He's got a glorified rat hole in the housing campaign. Calls it his Fortress Studio. Across the rooftops, I think. Please, operant. There's cavorting with the genius loci, and then there's wrapping your mouth around a raw sewage line. That said, he's got tens of thousands of regular viewers. Not bad for public access. Take a recent sample. One of your enemies has set up a secret jail somewhere here in Kisak. Strike a chord.
Disturbingly topical.
The rich one.
Tempo was laying low from the weeping eye, not enter. It would be very bad news if both the Operant Bureau's ancient enemies were mixed up in this.
My offer is this. I share with you a little from my well of shadows. You help me with some personal research. Reading material. There's a bookstall just north of here, unmanned. A holdover from more idealistic days. There's a certain magazine in there. I'd like you to bring me a copy. Ultra middle-brow poetry, if I understand correctly. Somehow this city with a literacy rate hovering about 68% manages to keep an arc of high culture afloat. Curious, don't you think? In my time, operants like to submerge themselves in the local culture. Get in there. Slather yourself in its essence. Cover it with a genius loci. All that good stuff. I don't know about that. But it probably won't make you a worse one. Come on. Bring it here once you've got it. This thing? No. This is just the plastic box that keeps me from shaking the Manus Fati.
To shake the hand of fate is to die in this part of the world. Gentle electronic tones rise and recede from it like the tide against the digital beach.
Last I heard, the original article was sitting on a desk in a third-level sub-basement somewhere in Nevessa. Story for another time, and yet no one's tried. Maybe they've been scared. How about you? Don't know about that. Rather traumatic, medically speaking. Fortunately, I retain a fearless cardiologist. Till next time, operate.
What'll you have? Friend of yours? He was here a few days ago. Seems to have come in to have a chat with your man over in the corner booth. No, I don't think we have. What brings you back? I know how that is. What do you have? It's in the house. Sure.
The percolator has kept it warm, but not hot. Somewhat bland, not recently brewed.
So, here to... Over there.
She gestures towards an old...
Strange. He said he was... No. That's a display of Kisok generosity. He said you were in the same line of work. No.
She gives the photograph a brief.
No. Must have been before my time. No problem. Don't tell me you're in Portofiro for the phone sex. Well, I'm glad it's not our only draw. It's a payphone to the west of here. It overlooks the water. You'll know it from the group of excited old men nearby. This is about it. But it's mostly just me in here doing all the work. Takes it up. Yeah, we have a couple of kids who come in and clear tables. Sometimes I let them serve. See you.
The stall remains as haphazard. The heartless man wanted a poetry magazine from this place, didn't he? By far the largest collection. You see a wild range of material, from an anti-aging guide to a series of books all by the same. A prominent Lusian philosopher whose works have occasionally crossed over into international. Doesn't seem familiar. He gazes back at you from the cover, darkly handsome in glossy black and white, with the far-off look of an old film star. Underneath it is stated, the philosophical bad boy for our times. You'd be surprised. There are some shocking cases of plagiarism out there. A shelf of scuffed books that you know. Two of the titles stand out to you above the others. Light March of the Chosen and Greed. Hundreds of printed. You flip through the stack of slim, staple-bound periodicals. Faded fashion catalogues 6 years out of date. Softcore adult man. You scan the stall, but find no poetry section. Instead, there are several piles. Most of those journals look cheap. Whole project. Exactly. Think high-quality spine, silky cover, something with a premium heft to it. You just need to dig in. You turn away from the pile. The stall remains as haphazard as ever, its payment bucket near empty. You come across a small collection of a notably different stock, not far from the top of the pile. They're sturdy, recently pressed, and the finish is smooth to the touch. By far the largest collection. You see, you flick past the Soy and you, smoking, the real enemy, are the large collection of... A large space is allocated to the genre, but most of the books... A large space is allocated to the genre. You return to the scabby shelf of speculative fiction. Pulpy space opera, not at its finest. The characters are heavily stereotypical. The plot is erratic. A bunch of religious cultists travel through out of space in search of what they... According to the back of the book, there are more than... Despite its dull cover, it seems to be an outright attack on the current state of reality, realized as an adventure through a futuristic city that thrives on depravity. If anything, he would object to labeling it fiction. It's not much different to a modern-day city, except the laws are much... None, so far as you can tell. It's just episodic atrocities and gratuitous acts of obscenity. It's not us that's obscene, it's the age. We're just fitting in. The book resumes its place among the others. Its degenerate content perfectly camouflaged. Hundreds of printed materials, well used, slumber before you. You flip through the stack of slim, staple back. The more recent issues focus on the emergent Lusians. You do the honest thing. Nothing changes in the world. The leather-clad man is still walking, sword on his back. You slip it back onto the shelf, but by far the largest collection. You see a wild range. A prominent Lusian philosopher doesn't seem familiar. He gazes back at you from the cover, darkly handsome. Underneath it is stated, many people are attracted. You turn away from the piles of...
Operative. Brilliant work. It seems your pomegranate folder was true to life. Awful places. A bit like massage parlors or business schools. They dress them up all sorts of ways, but on the inside, they're pretty much all the same. So let's review once more for the operants in the back. First requirement, a secluded location with easy access. Desolate enough, though somewhat lacking in suitable structures. Look further afield. Second, an inconspicuous facade. You mean the good Dr. Hugo. I believe that man has his share of secrets, but not of the... Lastly...
One must think of multi-tiered privileges. Access granted or withheld via radio.
I wouldn't go so far.
He slides the copy of the North Correntes Review back across the table and taps the cover with a fat finger.
There are some who'd say the developed world is nothing but a great big mask, obscuring a face of horrors. I hear they're accepting submissions, if you got the stomach for such stuff. Call it talent scouting. I may be a non-entity, but I'm not entirely out the game. Good luck getting yourself in jail, and better luck getting out.
There's no man here. A null entity does not exist, has never existed. The deeds and assignments attributed to them never occurred. You are speaking with air. That's because you're not speaking with a man. You're speaking with an augmented... Part man, part machine, all menace. Built in secret factories in the center of the Hollow Moon. Undoubtedly.
Forewarned is forearmed.
He takes the disc and adjusts.
Two things stand out. First, this is an unusual format. Einzelton. Not just standard consumer fare. The artist, Ultravioletta, the Lusian electro-pop singer. You, but from a dream. Nope, nothing at all. Take your pick. We're nominally in the developed world. That's Amateur's homepage. That would be the negotiator subclass. Nothing like it in the animal kingdom. I understand. By that same token, Portofiro was a Lusian penal colony for a long while. Some people think the weeping eye are lurking around every corner. Naturally, The techno-fascists are really treating the place like they own it again. Operating out no such thing. Until next time.
A watertight marine door bars you from entering Dr. Hugo's house. A small placard above the entryway reads, Community Care Clinic, open 4 a.m. to 10. The door awaits. The hull of the boat looks solid as the door. However, around the corner, on the stern side, you notice a window. A stack of dingy life vests piled underneath provides a convenient step up. At the midpoint of the door is a 3-point full stainless steel lock. Only by someone with specialized knowledge of heavy-duty seacraft doors and their mechanisms. You slink away. A watertight marine. A small placard above the entryway reads, Community Care Clinic. Open. The door awaits. Just another sly break-in. Flashlight between our teeth. All the old school gang egging us on. Still hear the screams from when it looked like we might fall. You climb up to the window frame and peer inside. Smooth. If all our friends had been around to see that, they'd think we were so sick. The ease of a seal on ice. The second you land on the other side, a muscle somewhere in the meat of your hip immediately twinges. The one personal touch in the otherwise sterile, blank clinic. The wall has been decorated with photographs, documents, evidence. Lights glint off the glass as you read what's under them. Multiple medical school degrees in a city of Portofiro license to practice, issued by the Portofiro Board of Medicine to a Hugo Hayato. The document has to be displayed by law. Operating an unlicensed clinic inside the city limits is strictly prohibited. The license is real, but it's out of date. There's a faded stamp half hidden behind the frame. The renewal date reads Octos 91. Perhaps something to confront the good doctor about. A collage of someone else's life begins to take form in front of you. Moments caught. A formal photo. Class of 71. Hugo buried somewhere amongst rows of other fresh-faced new doctors. Then a newsprint clipping. Hugo receiving an award on stage. Hugo and a handsome bearded man, both grinning. The gallery continues. Hugo asleep on a pile of medical textbooks drooling. Hugo adjusting some sort of massive medical... He's haunted by the ghost of himself. The person he should be now. Hovering just... You avert your eyes. A simulation of company, carefully arranged on the walls to keep him surrounded through the long days. You return to the forbidden ladder. You head on up, careful not to alert anybody who might be on board. You made it. The thing in the bed stares with vacant intensity. Slowly, details emerge. A molded jawline, curved torso, and multi-jointed limbs. Positioned with uncanny tenderness. A medical dummy, left out on the bed, propped up against the pillows. A tag dangles from its wrist. Printed words, property of Dr. Gonza. And scribbled right under, to myself, for when I'm not myself. The dummy just looks past you, its plastic lips frozen mid-thought. It stares back at you, unmoving. Made of glass, pale blue, wet-looking. Each is flecked with tiny artificial veins. Hand-painted iris rings, faint but deliberate. Someone wanted this thing to stare. Money has been sunk into this, and time, and a certain kind of obsession. A silicon oval, unframed. Shadows reveal the protrusions of nose, eyelids, mouth. Before you lies something that resembles a human face. But whose? The template before you is just that, a template. But as you stare at the dummy, you find you are able to transfer your own features onto it. Before you, a perfect copy of yourself, except it's naked, not breathing, and has nothing behind its eyes. A shutter comes down on the world. You pull focus. The dummy continues to stare vacantly at the same spot. The dummy seems posed with some kind of intention. Clues are spread out in all directions with you at the center. Space exploration memorabilia, cotton jackets on hooks, old radios. Dust gathers on everything. This place has been preserved exactly as it was once left. Months or even years ago. Dr. Hugo does not come in here often. Only the dummy sleeps here now. Technically, it belongs to Dr. Gonza, but perhaps the question is where would it bring the most happiness? Who deserves to have the dummy as part of their gang? He must have some rights as the original owner. The dummy continues to hold its pose. The empty bed is sadder than when it was occupied, somehow. A child's set of toy figurines sits on the shelf. Stiff forms painted and posed, carefully arranged to watch down on whoever sleeps in the bed. The paint is chipped and worn. These figurines have been well loved, played with often. A miniature rocket and a group of cosmonauts. Words painted on the side of the launch vessel. Proyecto Autonomia. Project Autonomia was the name of Portofiro's space program. A national disaster. Project Autonomia was Sweet Nestor's idea fixa, meant to establish Portofiro as a sparefaring nation. The mission was first announced in 75, and its inaugural launch was set for 77. The rocket never reached orbit. It disintegrated minutes after the launch. The disaster was broadcast in real time all across the development. The disaster led to Sweet Nestor being exiled in 80, the third and final time. He left in his wake decades of stabilization loans yet to be repaid. A national tragedy for Portofiro, an excellent quarter for Emter. Orange-suited plastic men, cherubic faces squeezed into little helmets. Two sit inside the rocket. One is planting the Portofiran flag on a pretend lunar surface. You stare at a vacant spot next to the badly painted rocket. One of the posters on the wall, the quilt, the faint smell of nearly body lotion. It doesn't feel like it belongs to the man downstairs. This is an adolescent girl's room. A daughter, maybe. It coats the tip of your finger. Thick and soft and grey beige. There's no date that you... Safe to assume these were manufactured in the months leading up to the disaster. Even the smallest movement of your body sends dust motes floating through the room's air. The childhood tableau, undisturbed, waits for a return.
Could I ever see beyond her, only to discover more of her?
The middle-aged man stares into the sky, left eye loping slightly. His hair and suit are both in moist disarray. A pink tie hangs open around his neck. The smell of alcohol singes the inside of your nose.
Ruin and chaos!
Bored? What do you want? What? Give it to me! Where did you find him? I fucking knew it! I can smell that mollusk stink all over the silicone. Testosterone, less sweat, and fucking baby wipes.
Good evening, operant.
To her side, the door to the small room is open.
I've moved Pseudopod into the spare room. Something appears to be very wrong with him, but I suppose you knew that already. But you see, you have upset me by keeping it from me. Well, what have you found out? Anything that might explain how he got that way? That's good. Hopefully he'll be restored in short order. Were you able to piece together what he was investigating before you arrived? That's good. I'm sure he left ample clues. He seemed quite diligent. You'll just have to come at it fresh tomorrow. Well, I should get back to the desk. You should probably head upstairs.
She watches you go without another. The lenses, camera bodies, flashes, and other indiscernible parts litter in the workbench. Handgun rounds, more likely than not abandoned by a previous tenant. in circumstances similar to your own. Useless until you procure the gun. Its future potential noted. You turn away. You approach your double's bedside. His breathing does not change. You slip the tab into his mouth. It feels dry, hot, and deeply wrong. The medication swims through his body, drawn with every breath, every beat of his heart, searching for the right pathways. There's something wrong. Nothing is happening. No movement, no reaction. Lungs exhale, hair grows. Nothing remarkable happens at all. The rhythm of Pseudopod's pulse dances like code against your fingers, speaking the truth. Thump, thump, thump. A dead heart. You take out your lighter. Press the flint wheel to its familiar groove in your thumb. It strikes. First time. His pupils do not contract. A ripple of goosebumps across your back. In the absence of immediate danger, the fear crosses you only delicately. A whisper upon your neck. This is not an unconscious body. It is a breathing corpse. Peeling wallpaper hangs above your faded patterns, a great void of expression. A shadow from a passing aerotram. Bagman watches on approvingly, as you secure his possession. The wall feels less dreary as you turn away. The bed welcomes you for a soft slumber. The anticipation of a decent rest pulls you towards the pillow.